the road that never appeared on maps. Let the tension leave your body now, flowing out through your fingertips and toes like water finding its way downhill. Feel yourself settling into this moment of rest, this gentle threshold between the day's demands and the night's peace. Tonight, we're traveling together down a road that thousands have driven but no one has ever successfully mapped. A path that exists in reality but not on paper. A route that locals know intimately but that refuses to appear in any official record. Breathe slowly, deeply, and let yourself drift along this mysterious way. Welcome to Hushed History, where tonight we journey down the road that never appeared on maps. A road locals knew, travelers found, but that no cartographer could ever capture. James McAllister had been a cartographer for nearly 30 years when he encountered the problem that would consume the next decade of his life and eventually cost him his career, his marriage, and what some of his former colleagues would quietly describe as his sanity. It began innocuously enough in the spring of 1994, when McAllister was leading a team contracted by the Scottish government to create comprehensive digital maps of rural Highland roads, part of an ambitious project to modernize Britain's cartographic records as GPS technology and digital mapping were revolutionizing navigation. The work was methodical and, McAllister had to admit, somewhat tedious. His team would drive every road in an assigned area, recording its exact position using GPS equipment, noting its condition and characteristics, photographing landmarks and intersections, and then returning to the office to input all this data into digital mapping software. The goal was to create maps so precise that emergency services could find any location quickly, that tourists could navigate confidently, that the physical reality of Scotland's road network would be captured perfectly in digital form. The team was working in Perthshire, a region of stunning landscapes and sparse population, where single-track roads wound through hills and forests connecting small villages and isolated farms. McAllister's team had mapped hundreds of miles of such roads without incident, methodically working through the grid squares assigned to them, when they began noticing something peculiar in their interviews with local residents. As part of the mapping process, the team would stop at villages and farms to verify road names and to ask if there were any private roads or informal tracks that should be noted in the records. During these interviews in the area around a village called Glenmorris, multiple residents mentioned a road that McAllister's team hadn't found, despite having driven what they believed to be every possible route in the area. "Oh, you'll want to map the old road," a farmer named Duncan Campbell told McAllister. "Runs from just past the village hall out to the stone bridge at Balnaman. I use it near daily. Much quicker than going round by the A road." McAllister consulted his notes and maps. He knew the village hall Campbell referenced, knew the stone bridge at Balnaman. But according to his records, there was no direct road between them. The only route required a 6-mile detour around a forested area on the official A road. "Could you show me on the map where this road is?" McAllister asked, spreading an ordnance survey map on Campbell's kitchen table. Campbell studied the map, then frowned. "That's odd. It's not marked. But it's right here." He pointed to an area the map showed as open field and woodland. "Starts here, runs along the edge of Monroe's property, through the old estate woods, comes out here at the bridge." "Could it be a private road?" McAllister asked. "Something on estate land that's not a public route?" No, Campbell said. "It's not private. Everyone uses it. Has done for as long as I can remember, and I'm 63. My father used it, his father before him. It's just the road between the village and the bridge." McAllister thanked Campbell and made a note to check the area the farmer had indicated. Perhaps the Ordnance Survey map was simply outdated, or perhaps there was a small road that had been overlooked in previous surveys. It happened occasionally with minor rural routes. The next day, McAllister drove to the area Campbell had described. He found the village hall without difficulty, then drove slowly along the road looking for the turnoff that should lead to this unmapped route. He found nothing. Where Campbell had indicated the road should begin, there was only a field gate and rough pasture. McAllister parked and walked the area, looking for any sign of a road or track. Nothing. He drove on to Balnaman and the stone bridge, approaching from the other direction. Same result. No road emerged from the woods where Campbell had said it should. Just forest and a stone wall. Puzzled, McAllister returned to Glenmorris and asked other residents about the road. A woman at the post office confirmed its existence. The old road. I drive it every Wednesday to visit my sister in Balnaman. Lovely drive, especially in spring when the hedgerows bloom. Could you describe the route? McAllister asked. Maybe draw it for me? The woman tried, but her description seemed to contradict itself, and she kept getting confused about landmarks. It's hard to explain, she finally said. You just know it when you're on it. If you're going to Balnaman and you need the quickest way, you'll find it. Over the following week, McAllister interviewed a dozen Glenmorris residents. All of them knew the road. Most claimed to have driven it, some frequently. They described it with reasonable consistency. A single-track road, well-maintained, with passing places every few hundred yards, bordered by stone walls on one side and hedgerows on the other, running roughly east-west through terrain that McAllister's maps showed as undeveloped land. But none of them could give him precise directions to find it. And when McAllister checked with the local council's roads department, they had no record of any road matching the description in that area. According to official records, the road didn't exist. McAllister was determined to solve this mystery. He spent days driving every possible route in the area, exploring farm tracks and forest paths, looking for anything that might correspond to the road residents described. He consulted historical maps going back a century, thinking perhaps the road was an old route that had been closed and forgotten in official records but was still used locally. The historical maps showed no road in that location either. He requested satellite imagery of the area from the government's aerial survey department. When the images arrived, McAllister studied them intently. The area between Glenmorris and Balnaman showed exactly what the current maps indicated: fields, forest, stone walls, and scattered farm buildings. No road. This should have been the end of it. If a road didn't appear on maps, couldn't be found by driving the area, and didn't show up in satellite imagery, then it didn't exist. The locals must be mistaken, or perhaps they were pulling the leg of the English cartographer, having a bit of fun with the outsider who was so serious about his maps and measurements. But McAllister couldn't let it go. Too many people described the road. Their descriptions were too detailed, too consistent in essential elements even when they varied in specifics. And they weren't joking. McAllister had developed a sense over his career for when people were sincere, and these residents genuinely believed in this road. They used it. They knew it. In May 1994, McAllister had an experience that transformed his puzzlement into obsession. He was driving back to Glenmorris late one afternoon after a long day of mapping roads north of the village. He was tired, his mind wandering, thinking about the dinner he'd have at his hotel and the report he needed to write that evening. He wasn't paying particular attention to the route. He'd driven between these 2 points dozens of times and knew the way, except that, on this particular drive, he found himself on a road he didn't recognize. It was a single-track road, well-maintained, with passing places marked by white posts. Stone walls bordered one side, hedgerows the other. Late afternoon sun slanted through gaps in the hedgerow, creating patterns of light and shadow across the pavement. The road had a particular quality McAllister noticed immediately, a sense of age, of having been traveled for a very long time, despite the modern pavement and markings. McAllister's first thought was that he'd gotten turned around somehow, taken a wrong turn. He slowed down, looking for landmarks to orient himself. Through a gap in the hedgerow, he could see a distinctive hill in the distance that he recognized. He was definitely heading toward Glenmorris. But he shouldn't be on this road. He'd never seen this road before. He drove on, increasingly confused, until suddenly the road emerged from the woods at a stone bridge that he recognized immediately. Balnaman Bridge. He'd just driven from Balnaman to Glenmorris on a direct route that, according to every map he possessed, didn't exist. McAllister pulled over, his heart racing. He got out of his car and looked back at the road he'd just traveled. It was right there, solid and real, disappearing into the woods behind him. He walked back along it 50 yards, then 100, touching the pavement, the stone wall, the hedgerow plants. Everything was perfectly physical and real. He returned to his car and checked his notes and maps. According to his GPS device, he'd just driven through 6 miles of open field and forest with no roads. The device had tracked his car's movement but couldn't reconcile that movement with any mapped road. The GPS simply showed his position jumping erratically, as if the device was malfunctioning. McAllister had found the unmapped road. Or rather, the unmapped road had found him. Over the following months, McAllister became consumed with documenting this road. He tried to find it again deliberately, driving the area repeatedly, but couldn't. The road appeared when he wasn't looking for it, when he was tired or distracted or simply following instinct rather than conscious navigation. He began keeping detailed notes of when and how he found the road, trying to discern a pattern. He found it 9 more times over the summer of 1994. Each time he tried to mark its location, to photograph it, to record GPS coordinates. But the GPS devices would malfunction or show impossible readings. Photographs came out strangely, either completely normal, showing just an ordinary country road that could be anywhere, or they failed entirely, the film being blank or digital images corrupted. He tried bringing colleagues to witness the road, but when he was with other people, he could never find it. McAllister's obsession began to affect his work. He was falling behind on his assigned mapping tasks, spending too much time on this one inexplicable road. His team members became concerned, then frustrated. His supervisor at the mapping company suggested, gently at first, then more firmly, that McAllister was experiencing stress and should perhaps take some leave. In September 1994, McAllister drove the unmapped road one more time. This particular journey lasted, according to his watch, 7 minutes from Balnaman Bridge to where the road emerged near Glenmorris Village Hall. But when he arrived in Glenmorris and checked his watch against the church clock, 2 hours had passed. Somehow, a 7-minute drive had taken 2 hours, or time had behaved differently on that road, or his watch had malfunctioned in a very specific way. This experience was the breaking point. McAllister submitted a detailed report to his supervisor describing the unmapped road, including his own experiences traveling it, witness testimonies from locals, and his analysis of why it didn't appear on any maps despite being physically real and regularly used. He argued that the mapping project couldn't be considered complete without accounting for this road, that its absence from maps represented a fundamental failure of cartography. His supervisor read the report and suggested that McAllister should take medical leave. The company's position was that no road existed in the location McAllister described, that satellite imagery and ground surveys had found nothing, and that McAllister was either mistaken or unwell. McAllister refused to let it go. He continued investigating the road independently, even after being placed on administrative leave and eventually resigning from the mapping company. Over the next decade, he would document hundreds of accounts from people who had traveled the unmapped road, would attempt to force government recognition of its existence, and would ultimately be dismissed by the cartographic community as someone who had experienced a breakdown and become fixated on a delusion. But for those who had traveled the unmapped road, and there were hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, McAllister's documentation was invaluable. He had taken seriously what they all knew from experience, that somewhere in the hills of Perthshire, between the village of Glenmorris and the stone bridge at Balnaman, there existed a road that was real, that was traveled, that was known intimately by those who used it, but that stubbornly, inexplicably, refused to appear on any map ever created. The road was there. Everyone who had found it knew this with absolute certainty. But the road's existence could not be officially acknowledged, could not be documented in ways that modern cartography required. The road existed in a space between the mapped and unmapped world, between the official and the experiential, between what could be proven and what was known. And the road was, as McAllister discovered during his decade of obsessive research, just one of many such routes. Across Scotland, across Britain, across the world, there were roads that locals knew, that travelers found, but that no map ever showed. Roads that existed in reality but not in documentation. Roads that chose their travelers rather than being chosen. Roads that had always been there and, presumably, always would be, regardless of humanity's attempts to reduce geography to lines on paper or pixels on screens. The unmapped road between Glenmorris and Balnaman was simply the one that had captured James McAllister's attention and his life, the one that had taught him that the world was larger and stranger than his profession had assumed, the one that had shown him that some paths can't be mapped because they don't obey the rules that mapping requires. For those who have found and traveled the unmapped road, Its physical characteristics are as familiar and memorable as any road they've ever driven. Despite its absence from maps and its refusal to appear in satellite imagery, the road is not somehow vague or dreamlike or insubstantial. It is, in the experience of those who travel it, utterly and unmistakably real. More real, some would say, than the official roads that surround it. The road begins, or rather, travelers generally find themselves entering it, just east of Glenmorris Village Hall, a stone building with a slate roof that has served as the village's community center since 1889. The entrance, when you find it, is marked by a gap in a low stone wall and a pair of ancient gateposts, weathered granite pillars that look like they've stood there for centuries. There is no gate between the posts now, if there ever was one, just the clear passage through to the road beyond. The road's surface is tarmac, relatively modern and well-maintained, though with the slight weathering and small patches of repair that suggest age and regular use. What's striking to first-time travelers is the quality of the pavement. Smooth but not new, worn but not deteriorated, maintained by someone though no one can say by whom. The local council's roads department claims no responsibility for it. The road doesn't appear in their maintenance schedules or budgets, yet someone somehow keeps it in good repair. The road is single-track, approximately 12 feet wide, with passing places every 200 yards or so. These passing places are clearly marked with white posts, standard practice on Scottish single-track roads, allowing vehicles to pull over when meeting oncoming traffic. The fact that the road has proper passing places, properly marked, suggests official construction and maintenance. Yet officially, the road doesn't exist. On the right side, as you travel east from Glenmorris, a stone wall runs parallel to the road for the first mile or so. It's a traditional dry stone wall, built without mortar, the kind that skilled craftsmen constructed throughout rural Scotland for centuries. The stones are dark gray granite, mottled with lichen, and the wall stands roughly 4 feet high, sturdy despite its age. Beyond the wall, fields stretch toward the hills in the distance, typically grazed by sheep or cattle depending on the season. On the left side, a hedgerow borders the road, thick and ancient, consisting primarily of hawthorn, blackthorn, and hazel. The hedgerow is dense enough that you can't see through it except where gaps occur naturally or where farm gates provide access to fields beyond. In spring, the hawthorn blooms white, creating what looks like a bank of snow along the road's length. In autumn, the hawthorn berries ripen to deep red, and the hazel produces nuts that squirrels and birds harvest eagerly. The hedgerow is home to considerable wildlife. Birds nest there in great numbers. Wrens, dunnocks, robins, blackbirds, and others. The bird activity is striking enough that many travelers comment on it. The hedgerow seems more alive with birds than similar hedges along ordinary roads, and the birds' behavior is curious. They often fly alongside vehicles, keeping pace, as if escorting travelers along the road's length. Some travelers report that the birds seem to be watching them, observing with what feels like intelligence and interest. After the first mile, the character of the road shifts slightly. The stone wall ends at a farm gate, and the hedgerow becomes less dense, interspersed with trees, oak, ash, and rowan primarily, old trees with thick trunks and spreading canopies that arch over the road in places, creating a tunnel-like effect. In summer, the leaf canopy filters the sunlight into a green-gold dappled pattern on the pavement. In winter, the bare branches create intricate patterns against the sky. This middle section of the road, roughly 3 miles long, runs through what appears to be old estate woodland. The trees are mature and well-spaced, suggesting managed forestland rather than wild growth. The ground beneath the trees is carpeted with bluebells in spring, their perfume filling the air, creating a spectacular display of blue flowers that travelers often stop to photograph. Though, as McAllister discovered, photographs of the road often come out strangely, either appearing completely ordinary or failing entirely. There are several distinctive landmarks along this woodland section that travelers remember and mention in their accounts. About 1.5 miles into the woods, there's a large standing stone just off the left side of the road, perhaps 7 feet tall, covered in moss and lichen. The stone has markings that might be natural weathering or might be ancient carvings. Opinions differ. Some travelers feel compelled to stop and touch the stone, reporting that it feels warm regardless of the weather, and that touching it produces a sensation described variously as tingling, peaceful, or mildly electric. Further along, there's a spring that emerges from the bank on the right side, flowing across the road in a shallow rivulet before disappearing into the undergrowth on the left. The water is crystal clear and apparently fresh. Several travelers report drinking from it without ill effects, though whether this is advisable is debatable. The spring flows year-round, freezing only in the coldest winter weather, and its presence creates a zone of particularly lush vegetation where ferns and mosses grow thick and green. Near the end of the woodland section, the road passes through a stone arch, the remnant of some older structure. Perhaps a gateway to the estate that once encompassed this land, or possibly even older Roman or pre-Roman, though without the road appearing on maps, archaeological investigation has never been undertaken. The arch is substantial, built of the same dark granite as the stone wall, and it's wide enough for modern vehicles to pass through easily, suggesting it was built for traffic even if its original purpose is unknown. After the arch, the road emerges from the woods into more open country. The hedgerow returns on the left, and open fields appear on the right. This final section, about 1.5 miles long, descends gradually toward Balnamun, offering views across the valley to the hills beyond. On clear days, travelers report being able to see 20 miles or more from this stretch, the landscape spreading out in a patchwork of fields, forests, villages, and distant mountains. The road's end, or its beginning, depending on your direction of travel, is at Balnamun Bridge, a picturesque stone bridge over a small river, the Water of Tay's tributary. The bridge is medieval, a simple single-arch structure just wide enough for one vehicle, with low stone parapets on either side. The bridge is on official maps and is well documented historically, built in the 14th century and still in regular use. What's not on maps is the road that leads to it from Glenmorris. Throughout its length, the road has a particular atmospheric quality that virtually every traveler mentions. The light seems different, softer, more golden, as if filtered through some invisible medium that makes everything appear slightly more beautiful than ordinary. The air feels different, cleaner, fresher, with a quality of stillness even when wind is blowing. Sounds behave oddly, sometimes carrying with unusual clarity, other times muted as if the road exists in its own acoustic space. The road's maintenance remains one of its most puzzling aspects. The pavement shows signs of regular upkeep. Potholes are repaired. The white posts marking passing places are maintained. In winter, the road is apparently plowed when snow falls, as travelers report finding it passable when surrounding roads are blocked. Yet no maintenance crews are ever seen working on it. No records exist of work being done. No budget line in any council's accounts covers its upkeep. Where do the materials come from? Who does the work? When does it happen? These questions have no answers. The road maintains itself or is maintained by unknown parties, or exists in some state where maintenance isn't required in the usual sense. The mystery of its upkeep deepens the mystery of its existence. Seasonally, the road transforms in appearance while remaining fundamentally itself. In spring, the hawthorn blooms and the bluebells carpet the woodland floor, and the road becomes a celebration of renewal and growth. In summer, the full-leaf canopy creates deep green shade and dappled sunlight, and the hedgerows hum with insects, and the warmth makes the road feel almost Mediterranean despite its Scottish location. In autumn, the trees turn gold and red, and the rowan berries attract flocks of birds, and the light takes on that particular slanting quality of northern autumn that seems to make everything simultaneously more vivid and more melancholy. In winter, the bare trees reveal the landscape's underlying structure, and frost decorates every surface, and the road feels ancient and patient, waiting for spring to return. Those who travel the road repeatedly report developing a relationship with it, recognizing not just its major landmarks but subtle features. Particular trees, distinctive stones in the wall, the curve of the road at certain points, the way light falls at different times of day. They speak of the road with affection and familiarity, the way one might speak of a favorite hiking trail or a childhood path. The road becomes known to them in ways that mapped roads rarely are, perhaps because finding and traveling the unmapped road requires attention and presence that ordinary navigation doesn't demand. The road's physical reality is undeniable to those who travel it. You can touch the pavement, the stone wall, the trees. You can drink from the spring, walk beneath the arch, cross the bridge at either end. The road is thoroughly, completely, unmistakably present and real. Yet photograph it and something strange happens. Try to mark its location on a GPS device, and the device malfunctions or shows impossible coordinates. Attempt to include it on a map, and the cartographic data refuses to cohere properly. Send a satellite over it, and the imagery shows empty land. The road is real in experience but absent in documentation. It exists in physical space but not in cartographic space. It can be traveled but not officially recorded. This paradox is central to its nature and its mystery. The road is there, undeniably, completely, physically there, but only for those who find it, only in the moment of traveling it, only in ways that resist the tools and methods by which modern society confirms existence and reality. The most fascinating and extensive documentation of the unmapped road comes not from cartographers or government officials, who largely deny its existence, but from the travelers who have found and journeyed along it. Over the past 30 years, as McAllister's research became known and as internet forums enabled people to share experiences, hundreds of detailed accounts have been collected from those who have driven, cycled, or walked the road between Glenmorris and Balnaman. These accounts share remarkable consistency in describing the road's physical characteristics and atmosphere, yet they also reveal fascinating variations in how people find the road and what they experience while traveling it. The pattern suggests that while the road itself is objective and consistent, the means of finding it and the subjective experience of traveling it depends significantly on the individual traveler's circumstances and state of mind. One of the earliest documented accounts comes from Margaret Sinclair, a businesswoman from Edinburgh who found the road in 1989, 5 years before McAllister's investigation began. Sinclair was driving to a meeting in Pitlochry, running late because of traffic delays, growing increasingly stressed about missing her appointment. She was following the A road through Perthshire, checking her watch repeatedly, when she suddenly found herself on a different road entirely. "I don't know how it happened," Sinclair wrote in a letter to a local newspaper years later, after McAllister's research had made the unmapped road more widely known. "I know I didn't consciously turn off the main road, but suddenly I was on this lovely single-track lane, much prettier and quieter than where I'd been. My first thought was that I'd gotten lost, which was frustrating given I was already late, but then I recognized Balnaman Bridge ahead of me, which meant I was exactly where I needed to be, just approaching from a direction that didn't make sense according to the route I'd been following." Sinclair checked her watch when she arrived in Pitlochry and discovered she wasn't late after all. Despite the traffic delays, despite what should have been impossible timing, she arrived exactly on schedule. "I'd saved at least 20 minutes by taking that road, maybe more. The shortcut was so significant that it compensated for all the earlier delays. I remember thinking it was lucky I'd found that route, and I tried to remember the turnoff so I could use it again. But when Sinclair returned to the area a week later and tried to find the road again, she couldn't locate it. I drove up and down the A road looking for the turnoff, but there was nothing. I stopped in Glenmorris and asked if there was a direct road to Balnaman, and an old man at the petrol station just smiled and said, 'Did you find the old road, then?' When I said I had but couldn't find it again, he said, 'It comes and goes, finds you when you need it.' I thought he was being poetic or perhaps a bit touched. But I've never found that road again, despite trying many times over the years." Sinclair's experience, finding the road when stressed and running late, discovering that it saved significant time, and then being unable to find it again when searching deliberately, is a common pattern in the accounts. The road appears to people who need it, who are lost or late or in some state of heightened need or openness, and it provides what they need: a shortcut, a moment of peace, a solution to a navigation problem, before disappearing from their ability to access it again. A different pattern appears in the account of Thomas Brewster, a cyclist from Glasgow who found the road in 1997 and has since traveled it dozens of times. Brewster was on a long-distance cycling tour of Scotland, following back roads and avoiding highways, seeking the peace and challenge of rural cycling. He was navigating by paper map and compass, having deliberately left his GPS device at home to make the journey more adventurous. "I was between Glenmorris and Pitlochry, looking for the most scenic route," Brewster wrote in a cycling magazine article. I'd been told by a local in Glenmorris that there was a lovely old road toward Balnaman, but when I checked my map, I couldn't see anything that matched the description. Still, I thought I'd explore a bit. I took a road heading east out of the village, and it was exactly what I was hoping for. Perfect cycling, beautiful views, almost no traffic. Unlike Sinclair, Brewster has been able to find the road repeatedly. I've ridden it probably 50 times now over the past 20-odd years. It's become one of my favorite routes in Scotland, quiet, beautiful, perfect pavement for cycling. What's strange is that I can never explain to other people how to find it. I've tried to guide friends there, and either I can't find it when I'm with others, or they can't see the turnoff even when I point it out. But when I'm alone, cycling with that particular mindset of being open to the journey, the road is always there. Brewster's experience suggests that some travelers develop a relationship with the road that allows repeated access, though the conditions for access remain mysterious. His detail about not being able to guide others to it is particularly interesting and appears in multiple accounts. The road can be found solo but seems to resist being shown to others, as if it chooses its travelers individually rather than accepting groups or guided tours. Another striking account comes from the Morrison family, Douglas and Helen Morrison and their 2 children, ages 8 and 11 in 2003 when they found the road during a family holiday in the Highlands. The Morrisons were using a GPS navigation device to drive from Perth to Pitlochry when the device directed them onto a road that Douglas was certain wasn't correct. The GPS was telling us to turn off the main road onto what looked like a farm track, Douglas recalled in an interview with McAllister. I was skeptical, but Helen said we should trust the device. So I turned, and immediately the road improved. It wasn't a farm track at all, but a proper road. Single track but well maintained. The GPS then lost signal entirely, the screen just showing our car icon sitting in a gray void with no roads around it. What makes the Morrison family's account particularly interesting is their children's experiences. Our kids both said there was someone else in the car, Helen reported. They kept asking who the woman in the back was. Between them, both children saw her, described her similarly, elderly, kind face, wearing what our daughter described as old-fashioned clothes. Douglas and I saw no one. We assumed the kids were playing or imagining things, but they were insistent and seemed genuinely puzzled that we couldn't see her. The Morrison children also reported seeing things along the road that their parents didn't see. My son pointed out a white deer in the woods, said it was watching the car, Helen continued. I looked where he was pointing but saw nothing. My daughter claimed there were people working in the fields we passed. But again, Douglas and I saw only empty fields. The children's experience of that road was clearly different from ours. When the Morrisons reached Balnaman Bridge and the GPS signal returned, the device showed them arriving from the direct route between Glenmorris and Balnaman. A route that, according to the GPS's own maps, didn't exist. The device had no explanation for how we'd gotten there. Douglas said, it was as if we'd teleported 6 miles, as far as the GPS was concerned. The Morrison family's account highlights several important elements. First, that GPS devices not only fail to show the road but actively malfunction when traveling it. Second, that children seem to perceive aspects of the road that adults don't. Seeing a figure that parents couldn't see, noticing wildlife and people that weren't visible to adults. This pattern of children having different experiences appears in several other accounts and suggests that the road reveals different things to different travelers, or that children's perception is less filtered and more open to unusual experiences. A more unsettling account comes from David Kerr, a truck driver who found the road in 2008 while making a delivery in the area. Kerr was driving a small lorry loaded with supplies for a farm near Balnaman. His usual route was the long way round via the A road, but he was running behind schedule and decided to ask at a petrol station in Glenmorris if there was a shortcut. The young woman at the till told me there was an old road that would save me time, Kerr reported. She gave me directions that seemed clear enough, though when I tried to follow them, I got confused and thought I'd misunderstood. But then I found myself on this narrow road that felt right, so I kept going. What disturbed Kerr about his journey was the quality of time. I entered the road probably around 2 in the afternoon. It's a drive that should have taken 15 minutes, maybe 20 at most. When I emerged at Balnaman Bridge, my watch said 5:30. 3.5 hours had passed, but I'd only been driving for what felt like 20 minutes. I couldn't account for the missing time. Kerr's confusion intensified when he reached the farm and the farmer complained that Kerr was hours late. The delivery had been expected at 3 o'clock, and it was now nearly 6. I tried to explain that I'd only been driving for 20 minutes, but my watch, the farmer's clock, the time on my phone, all agreed it was 6 o'clock. Somehow, a 20-minute drive had taken 4 hours, and I had no memory of the missing time beyond just driving along that quiet road. Time distortions are among the most commonly reported unusual experiences on the unmapped road. Some travelers, like Sinclair, find that journeys take less time than they should. What should be a 30-minute drive takes 10 minutes. Others, like Kerr, experience the opposite, a short drive somehow consuming hours. Still others report that time feels different while on the road without any clear numerical discrepancy when they check their watches, just a sensation that time is flowing at a different rate or in a different way. A particularly poetic account comes from Eleanor McKinnon, a writer who found the road in 2015 while struggling with a creative block. McKinnon had rented a cottage near Glenmorris for a month, hoping the change of scenery would help her complete a novel she'd been working on for 3 years. The writing wasn't going well, and she spent her days walking and driving around the area, hoping for inspiration. I found the road late one afternoon when I was feeling particularly despondent, McKinnon wrote in her published account. I'd gone for a drive with no destination, just moving to move, and I found myself on this extraordinary road, golden light, ancient trees, a quality of peace that felt almost holy. I drove slowly, not wanting the road to end, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. McKinnon reported that while driving the road, the solution to her novel's problems became clear to her. It was like the road gave me permission to understand what I'd been struggling with. Plot issues that had seemed insurmountable suddenly had obvious solutions. Character motivations that had been muddy crystallized into clarity. By the time I reached the bridge at Balnaman, I understood my novel completely. I drove back to the cottage and wrote 12 pages that evening, more than I'd written in the previous month. The remaining 3 weeks of my stay were intensely productive. McKinnon tried to find the road again during her remaining time in the area but couldn't. I wanted to drive it again, to experience that peace and clarity once more. But I never found it. Perhaps it gave me what I needed, and that was enough. Perhaps it doesn't give twice. I don't know. But I'm grateful for that one journey, that one perfect drive that solved what seemed unsolvable. These are just a few of hundreds of accounts that have been collected over the years. Each testimony is unique in its details but shares common elements. Finding the road when lost or in need, experiencing it as peaceful and somehow significant, noticing unusual qualities about light or time or atmosphere, and often being unable to find it again when seeking it deliberately. The accounts suggest that the unmapped road is not simply a physical route but a threshold experience, a liminal space where ordinary rules of time and perception don't fully apply, where travelers encounter something that changes them or gives them what they need, where the journey itself becomes more important than the mere transit from one place to another. And across all these diverse accounts, one element remains absolutely consistent. The road is real. Whatever else might be uncertain or mysterious about it, the road itself is not imaginary or hallucinatory. It's a physical place that can be driven, walked, cycled. It has stones and trees and pavement and landmarks, connects two real locations. It exists, but it exists in a way that our maps, our GPS devices, our satellites, and our official records cannot capture. It exists for those who find it, in the moment of finding it, and that existence is complete and undeniable regardless of its absence from documentation. When James McAllister began researching the unmapped road's history, hoping to find some event or circumstance that would explain its peculiar nature, he discovered a rich and complex past that extended back centuries, but that also consistently showed the same pattern. The road existed in local knowledge and experience, but not in official records. The oldest documentary reference McAllister found was in the accounts of a 17th-century land surveyor named John Adair, who conducted extensive surveys of Scottish estates between 1680 and 1700. Among Adair's papers, held in the National Library of Scotland, McAllister discovered a curious marginal note on a map of what was then called the Barony of Balnaman. In small, neat handwriting, Adair had written, "A way runs between the village and the bridge, known to locals, but which I cannot fix with certainty. The land shows no clear path, yet people insist it is there and well used." This notation was intriguing because it showed that even in the 17th century, when mapping was less precise and many routes were informal, this particular road was recognized as unusual, existing in use but not appearing in surveys even when the surveyor was actively looking for it. Going back further, McAllister found references in medieval land grants and property deeds. A charter from 1456, recording the grant of lands in the Balnaman area to a family called MacGregor, described the property's boundaries as including the common way from the village kirk to the bridge, suggesting an established route. Yet this common way didn't appear on any contemporary maps or in any route descriptions. It was mentioned in boundary descriptions but never actually documented or described in detail. Parish records from St. Andrew's Kirk in Glenmorris, going back to the church's establishment in 1189, include occasional references to the old road in various contexts. Baptismal records noting that witnesses traveled by the old road. Burial records mentioning the deceased being brought along the old road to the churchyard. Marriage records describing processions following the old road. The road was clearly part of community life and practice, used for significant journeys and ceremonies, yet never mapped or officially documented. McAllister also found intriguing references in oral histories collected in the 1950s and 1960s by Scottish folklorists. Several elderly residents of the Glenmorris area, interviewed about local customs and memories, mentioned the road in ways that suggested it had always been there, was simply part of the landscape's fabric. One particularly evocative account came from an interview with a woman named Margaret Campbell, conducted in 1958 when she was 96 years old. Campbell had lived in Glenmorris her entire life and remembered the area from the 1860s. When asked about local roads, she mentioned the quiet road between the village and Balnaman. "My father would take that road when he wanted peace to think," Campbell told the interviewer. "He said it was an old road, that people had walked it before the Romans came, before the stones were set for the kirk. He said the road knew things, that it was wise with all the feet that had traveled it. I thought him fanciful, but I understood what he meant once I was older. That road has a feeling to it, like it remembers everything that ever happened along its length." The most fascinating historical discovery McAllister made concerned the road's potential pre-Roman origins. Working with an archaeologist interested in ancient British trackways, McAllister learned about the theory of corpse roads or church paths, ancient routes used specifically for transporting the dead from remote locations to churchyards for burial. These roads often had special status in folklore, were sometimes believed to be haunted or to have unusual properties, and frequently persisted in use long after their original purpose had been superseded. The archaeologist, Dr. Sarah Drummond from Edinburgh University, was intrigued by the Glenmorris-Balnaman Road and conducted limited investigations that didn't require actually locating the road. She studied the area's topology, analyzed soil samples from fields near Glenmorris and Balnaman, and researched the history of St. Andrew's Kirk and earlier sacred sites in the area. "What's interesting," Dr. Drummond told McAllister, "is that Glenmorris's kirk is built on what was almost certainly a pre-Christian sacred site. We found evidence of much older stone circles and ritual activity beneath and around the current church, and Balnaman Bridge, while the current structure is medieval, sits on a crossing point that was clearly important much earlier. Roman accounts mention a sacred spring near that location, associated with Celtic water deities." Dr. Drummond's theory was that the road between these two spiritually significant locations might have been a ceremonial path, used for processionals, for transporting the dead, or for pilgrimages. Such paths often acquired special status, were protected and maintained by communities even when official authorities didn't recognize them, and sometimes became associated with folklore about the spirit world or with unusual experiences. Roads between sacred sites can become liminal spaces in the cultural imagination, Dr. Drummond explained. "They're neither here nor there, neither the departure point nor the destination, but the journey between. In many cultures, such in-between places are seen as having unusual properties, as being closer to the spirit world or to other realities. If the Glenmorris-Balnaman Road originated as such a ceremonial path, that might explain some of its strange qualities, or at least, It might explain why people have always perceived it as strange and have created stories and beliefs about it. McAllister also investigated whether Roman occupation might have influenced the road's development. The Romans had military outposts in Perthshire, and they built roads throughout the areas they controlled. However, Roman roads were systematically surveyed and documented. The Romans were, if anything, even more enthusiastic about mapping than modern societies. Yet no Roman road appears in any documentation between Glenmorris and Balnaman, despite the area being within the Roman sphere of influence. One intriguing possibility is that the Romans deliberately avoided mapping certain routes that the native Celts considered sacred. There are documented cases of Roman administrators leaving Celtic sacred sites and associated paths outside official Roman control as a political strategy to maintain peace with local populations. If the road between Glenmorris and Balnaman was such a route, it might have been consciously excluded from Roman maps, establishing a precedent for its absence from official documentation that continued through subsequent centuries. McAllister also found more recent historical curiosities. During the 18th century Jacobite uprisings, several accounts mention rebels and government forces using hidden routes through the Highlands. A letter from a government officer in 1746, part of a collection at the Scottish National Archives, mentions, "The locals have ways through this country that our maps do not show. We march one direction, and find they have moved past us on roads we cannot find. Whether they are concealing these routes deliberately or whether there are paths here that reveal themselves only to those who know them, I cannot determine." In the Victorian era, when the Ordnance Survey conducted its comprehensive mapping of Britain, the absence of the road was specifically noted by one surveyor. A report from 1872, tucked into the survey's field notes, records, "Local persons insist there is a direct route from Glenmorris to Balnaman Bridge, but I have walked the area thoroughly and found no such route. The land between these points is field, forest, and rough grazing without roads. Either the locals are mistaken or there is some track so informal that it does not warrant mapping." The surveyor's conclusion, that either locals were mistaken or the route was too informal for mapping, represented the official position that would be maintained for the next 150 years. The road didn't exist, or if it did exist in some sense, it wasn't substantial enough to count as a real road worthy of appearing on maps. But the historical records showed clearly that for centuries, people had known the road, used it, mentioned it in passing in documents about other matters, and transmitted knowledge of it through oral tradition. The road had always been there, or at least had been there long enough that no one could remember a time when it wasn't. It was woven into the community's life and memory, serving purposes both practical and ceremonial. What history couldn't explain was why this particular road, among all the ancient routes in Scotland, should have this peculiar quality of being experientially real but documentarily absent. Other old roads, corpse roads, ceremonial paths, they might be overgrown or forgotten, but they appeared on historical maps, left physical traces that archaeologists could study, had existence that could be verified through normal means. The Glenmorris-Balnaman Road was different. It had always been different as far back as records went. It had always been the road that locals knew, that some travelers found, but that no map ever showed. This consistency across centuries suggested that whatever made the road special wasn't a recent development or a temporary condition but something fundamental to the road's nature, something that had been true from the beginning, whenever that beginning was, and that showed no sign of changing. The historical investigation left McAllister with more questions than answers. He documented that the road's absence from maps was consistent across centuries and across different mapping technologies and methodologies. He'd found suggestions of possible explanations, ceremonial origins, sacred site connections, Celtic and Roman-era significance, but none of these fully explained the road's peculiar properties in the present day. What the historical research proved definitively was that the phenomenon wasn't new, wasn't a recent glitch in digital mapping or a product of modern confusion. The road had always been this way, real but unmapped, used but undocumented, known but unrecognized. Whatever the road was, it had been that way for a very long time, longer than anyone could trace, and it would likely continue being that way regardless of human attempts to explain or change it. Beyond the physical and historical mysteries of the unmapped road lies perhaps its most fascinating aspect, the effects it has on those who travel it. While the road's refusal to appear on maps is objectively strange, the subjective experiences of travelers, what happens to them mentally, emotionally, and perceptually while on the road, reveal even deeper mysteries about the road's nature. The most commonly reported effect is a sense of profound peace. Virtually every account mentions this quality. Travelers describe feeling calm, centered, released from anxiety and stress. This occurs even for people who enter the road feeling agitated, worried, or upset. Something about being on that road induces tranquility. "I've driven thousands of miles of Scottish roads," wrote Duncan MacLeod, a tour guide who found the road in 2011. "Beautiful roads, dramatic roads, roads through stunning landscapes. But only one road has ever made me feel truly peaceful in the way the old road between Glenmorris and Balnaman does. It's not just scenic tranquility, it's deeper than that. It's like the road absorbs worry, takes your stress and dissipates it somehow. You arrive at the other end calmer than you were, regardless of what you were carrying when you entered." This calming effect seems to operate independent of the traveler's conscious mind or intentions. People who aren't seeking peace, who are focused on practical matters like navigation or making good time, still report feeling unexpectedly calm while on the road. The effect doesn't require belief or openness. Skeptics feel it as strongly as believers. Related to but distinct from the peace is a quality many travelers describe as clarity. Problems that seemed complex before entering the road become simpler. Decisions that were difficult become obvious. Confusion about life issues resolves into understanding. Eleanor McKinnon, the writer whose creative block dissolved during her journey on the road, is one of many who report this clarity effect. Others include a lawyer who realized during his drive that he needed to leave his partnership and start his own practice. A woman who understood during her journey that her marriage was over and could be ended kindly. A university student who suddenly knew which field of study to pursue. A man struggling with whether to accept a job in another country who finished the drive certain of his decision. A doctor who solved a diagnostic puzzle that had been troubling her for weeks. These experiences of sudden clarity aren't about the road giving people information they didn't have. Instead, travelers report that the road somehow allows them to see clearly what they already knew but had been unable to acknowledge or articulate. The road provides perspective, removes the noise and confusion that typically clouds judgment, and allows truth to surface. "It's like the road strips away all the bullshit you tell yourself," one traveler said bluntly. "Everything becomes simple and clear. You can see what's actually true rather than what you want to be true or what you're afraid might be true. Just what is true. And once you see it clearly, the right course of action is obvious." The time distortions reported by many travelers add another layer of strangeness. As mentioned earlier, journeys on the road seem to take either much less or much more time than they should, with travelers' watches and clocks showing elapsed time that doesn't match their subjective experience of the journey's duration. David Kerr, the truck driver who experienced 4 hours passing in what felt like 20 minutes, investigated his experience afterward with characteristic thoroughness. He checked his lorry's tachograph, the device that automatically records driving time and speeds, and found that it showed him driving for exactly 20 minutes between entering and exiting the road. His vehicle's electronic records matched his subjective experience, not the clock time that had actually elapsed. Either the tachograph malfunctioned in a very specific way, Kerr concluded, or time actually was different for me and the lorry while we were on that road. The tachograph recorded 20 minutes of driving because that's how long I was driving, even though the world outside experienced that as 4 hours. I can't explain it, but that's what the data shows. Other travelers who've paid attention to their vehicle's electronic systems report similar anomalies. GPS devices lose signal or show impossible positions. Odometers register different distances than map measurements would suggest. Vehicle clocks drift out of sync with phone clocks or watches, then resynchronize once the road is exited. These electronic anomalies suggest that whatever affects human perception on the road also affects electronic devices, that the time distortion isn't purely psychological but has some objective component that machines detect. Another frequently reported effect involves enhanced sensory perception. Travelers describe colors appearing more vivid, sounds becoming clearer, sense intensifying. The experience isn't overwhelming or unpleasant, not a sensory overload, but rather a heightening and clarification of sensory information. Everything looked more real on that road, one traveler wrote. The green of the trees was greener, the stone walls had more texture and detail, the sky had depth and complexity I don't usually notice. It was like I was seeing properly for the first time, and normal vision is actually slightly dulled or limited. This sensory enhancement might relate to the attention and presence that traveling the road seems to induce. Multiple travelers mention feeling unusually present while on the road, aware of the moment in ways they typically aren't while driving. The normal mind-wandering that characterizes routine travel doesn't happen on the unmapped road. Instead, travelers report being fully attentive to their surroundings, noticing details, experiencing the journey rather than merely enduring transit. The phenomena of passengers experiencing different things than drivers, and of children seeing things adults don't, adds further complexity. The Morrison children's vision of the elderly woman in the car and their ability to see the white deer and people in fields that their parents couldn't see suggests that the road reveals different things to different people, or that perceptual filters that normally screen experience are lowered or removed on the road, allowing some people to see things that remain hidden to others. Other accounts support this pattern. A couple traveling the road together reported afterward that they'd experienced different weather. The husband said it had been sunny. The wife insisted it had been misty. When they reviewed their memories of the journey, they realized they'd seen different landscapes, different landmarks, as if they'd driven parallel but not identical routes. Children's enhanced perception on the road appears in multiple accounts. They see animals that adults miss, notice details that parents overlook, and sometimes report conversations with people who don't appear to adults. Whether children are genuinely seeing things that are there but hidden from adults, or whether children's imaginations are more active on the road, is impossible to determine. But the consistency of reports suggests something real is occurring. Another striking effect is what might be called emotional processing or release. Several travelers report experiencing waves of emotion while on the road: sadness, joy, grief, relief, seemingly without specific triggers. They describe the emotions as arising naturally, being felt fully, and then releasing, leaving them feeling lighter and clearer. A woman who traveled the road 3 months after her mother's death wrote, "I started crying about a mile into the road, a deep grieving cry that I'd been holding back since Mum died. I pulled into a passing place and just wept, great heaving sobs, for what felt like a long time. And when I was done, when the grief had moved through me completely, I felt this enormous peace. Like I'd finally properly said goodbye. Like the road had given me permission and space to grieve in a way I hadn't been able to in normal life." This emotional processing effect suggests that the road provides a safe container for feelings that normal life doesn't accommodate. The peace and privacy of the journey, the sense of being outside normal time and space, allows travelers to experience emotions they've been suppressing or avoiding. Some travelers report receiving insights or understanding about people in their lives, particularly deceased loved ones. These aren't dramatic visitations or ghostly encounters, but rather subtle senses of connection or communication. "I felt my father with me on that road," one man wrote. "He died 10 years earlier, and I'd never been someone who believes in afterlife or spirits. But driving that road, I felt his presence, felt he was somehow there. And I understood things about him, about our relationship, that I'd never understood when he was alive. It wasn't like he was telling me these things. More like the truth of our connection became visible in a way it hadn't been before." The road also seems to affect memory in interesting ways. Travelers remember their journeys on the road with unusual vividness and detail, even years later. The experience doesn't fade or blur the way most memories do. People can describe the light, the exact curve of the road at certain points, the specific trees or stones they noticed, as if the experience was recorded with higher fidelity than normal experience. Conversely, some travelers report memory gaps or confusion about their journeys. They know they traveled the road, they started at one end and emerged at the other, but they can't clearly recall the journey itself. The experience has a dreamlike quality in memory, present but not quite graspable. These varying effects on memory might relate to the time distortions. If time behaves differently on the road, perhaps memory formation and storage are also affected. Or perhaps the road operates in a liminal state that consciousness can't fully capture and convert into normal narrative memory. One of the most profound effects travelers report is a sense of the road having awareness or intelligence. Not personality exactly, but some quality of presence, responsiveness, intention. People describe feeling that the road is somehow alive, that it notices them, that it responds to their needs or states of mind. The road knew I needed it. One traveler wrote simply, "I was lost, not just geographically but in my life. And the road appeared, offered itself to me, gave me the journey I needed. How do I know it was intentional? I can't prove it, but I felt it clear as day. The road chose to be found by me at that moment." This sense of the road having agency, of being more than just passive geography, is impossible to verify objectively but appears consistently enough in accounts to be worth noting. Whether travelers are anthropomorphizing, projecting intentionality onto natural phenomena, or genuinely perceiving something about the road's nature that transcends normal understanding of what roads are, remains an open question. What's not in question is that traveling the unmapped road affects people. The journey changes them, teaches them, gives them something: peace, clarity, perspective, emotional processing, connection, understanding. The road is more than transportation from Glenmorris to Balnaman. It's an experience, a threshold, a teacher, a gift. And like all powerful experiences, it can't be forced or controlled. You can't demand that the road give you enlightenment or healing. You can't treat it as a tool or resource to be exploited. The road gives what it gives when it gives it to whom it chooses to give it. All travelers can do is be open to receiving whatever the road offers during their particular journey. If the unmapped road's existence despite its absence from maps is mysterious, the systematic failure of every attempt to map it is perhaps even more so. Over the decades since James McAllister first documented the phenomenon, various individuals and organizations have tried to map the road using increasingly sophisticated technology. All of these attempts have failed, but the specific ways they've failed reveal fascinating patterns. McAllister himself made the first serious attempt in 1995, using professional-grade GPS equipment that was, at the time, state-of-the-art for civilian use. He positioned receivers at Glenmorris Village Hall and at Balnaman Bridge, then drove the road, having found it again after many attempts, with a third GPS unit in his vehicle, recording position data continuously. The GPS unit in his vehicle recorded position data, but the data was nonsensical. The device showed his position jumping erratically, sometimes placing him miles from his actual location, sometimes showing him in the middle of Loch Tay, sometimes displaying coordinates that didn't correspond to any real location on Earth. The data was unusable for creating a map. When McAllister returned to his office and tried to plot his GPS track, the computer software couldn't process the data. The program kept crashing or generating error messages about invalid coordinates. Eventually, McAllister was able to produce a rough plot, but it showed his vehicle following an impossible path, crossing terrain that was impassable, passing through solid hills, zigzagging in ways that would require instantaneous right-angle turns at high speed. A more sophisticated attempt came in 2004, when the Scottish government, responding to persistent inquiries about the road and to McAllister's lobbying, commissioned a professional survey using military-grade GPS and laser surveying equipment. The survey team spent 2 weeks in the Glenmorris area, systematically mapping every road, track, and path. Their equipment functioned perfectly on all roads except the unmapped one. On 2 occasions when team members found themselves on what they believed to be the unmapped road, their GPS units malfunctioned or showed impossible readings, and their laser surveying equipment refused to function at all. The lasers simply wouldn't fire, as if the devices had lost power, though battery levels showed full charge. The team's final report concluded, "We have surveyed the area between Glenmorris and Balnaman thoroughly using professional equipment and standard methodologies. We have identified and mapped all roads, tracks, and pathways in the area. We have found no direct route between Glenmorris and Balnaman matching the descriptions provided by locals. If such a route exists, it has properties that prevent standard surveying equipment from functioning properly. We cannot explain this, but we can confirm that no mappable road exists in that location." The report essentially said, "We looked, we found nothing, and we can't explain why people think there's something there." It was an admission of failure dressed up in professional language. Satellite imagery has proven equally unsuccessful at capturing the road. Multiple commercial satellite imaging companies have been asked to photograph the area between Glenmorris and Balnaman. The images consistently show exactly what standard maps show: fields, forest, scattered buildings, but no road connecting the 2 points. In 2008, McAllister managed to be on the road at the precise time when a satellite was scheduled to pass overhead and image the area. He'd coordinated with the satellite company, paying for a special high-resolution image. McAllister positioned himself in his car in a passing place, making himself as visible as possible, hoping to appear in the image and thus provide proof of the road's existence. The resulting image showed the area, but no road and no car. Where McAllister knew he'd been parked, the satellite image showed empty field. It was as if he and the road didn't exist in the wavelengths of light the satellite was recording, or as if they existed in some parallel space that satellites couldn't detect. Drone footage has produced similarly frustrating results. In 2015, a documentary filmmaker obtained permission to fly drones over the area, hoping to capture aerial footage of the road. The drone's cameras showed fields and forest. When the filmmaker tried flying drones while actually on the road himself, having found it for the first time, the drone's cameras showed him standing in an empty field, not on any road. The drone's GPS systems also malfunctioned, showing impossible positions and causing the drones to lose navigation and require manual piloting to return them safely. One particularly well-documented attempt involved a professional cartographer named Sarah Chun, who became interested in the unmapped road in 2012 after reading about McAllister's work. Chun brought a rigorous scientific mindset to the problem, hypothesizing that the road's absence from maps was due to some consistent measurement error that could be identified and corrected. Chun conducted a series of careful experiments over 2 years. She used multiple GPS devices simultaneously from different manufacturers to see if the problem was device-specific. She used traditional surveying tools, theodolite, measuring chains, compasses, to map the road using centuries-old techniques that didn't rely on satellites or electronics. She even tried pace counting and dead reckoning, the most basic forms of navigation. Nothing worked. Electronic devices malfunctioned. Traditional surveying tools gave inconsistent readings. Compasses behaved erratically, sometimes spinning continuously, sometimes pointing in directions that made no sense. Distance measurements were inconsistent. The same stretch of road would measure different lengths on different occasions, or different measuring methods would produce wildly varying results. Chun also attempted to photograph the road systematically, taking pictures every 100 yards along its length, hoping to create a photographic record that could serve as a map even if technical surveying failed. The photographs were strange. Some came out normally, showing a road that looked like it could be anywhere, nothing special or distinctive. Others showed odd lighting effects, lens flares that shouldn't have been there, or blurred areas that couldn't be explained by camera movement. And some photographs simply failed. Either the camera malfunctioned at the moment of taking the shot, or the image didn't record properly, or the files became corrupted. When Chun tried to assemble her photographs into a coherent sequence that would document the road's length, she found she couldn't. The photographs didn't quite connect. The road's appearance changed too much between shots, or landmarks that should have been consistent weren't, or the sequence of images didn't flow logically even though she knew she'd taken them in order while driving the road without stopping. Chun published her findings in a cartography journal in 2014, titled The Unmappable, a case study in cartographic failure. Her conclusion was stark. Some locations resist mapping. Whether due to unusual geophysical properties, limitations in our measurement technologies, or for reasons we don't yet understand, the road between Glenmorris and Balnaman cannot be mapped using any current methodology. This is not a challenge that better equipment or more sophisticated techniques will solve. The road's unmappability appears to be fundamental to its nature. Chen's article generated controversy in cartographic circles. Some colleagues argued that her methodology must have been flawed, that no place could be truly unmappable if approached correctly. Others suggested she'd been taken in by local folklore and had unconsciously sabotaged her own data collection. But Chun stood by her work, and several other cartographers who subsequently attempted to map the road encountered identical problems, lending credibility to her conclusions. The most recent high-tech attempt came in 2019, when a technology company specializing in autonomous vehicle navigation wanted to create ultra-precise maps of Scottish roads for testing their self-driving car systems. Their mapping vehicles, equipped with LiDAR scanners, multiple cameras, and the most advanced GPS systems available, were dispatched to map rural Perthshire. The mapping vehicles couldn't find the road at all. Or rather, human drivers found it occasionally, but the vehicle's autonomous systems couldn't detect it. When a human driver managed to drive the unmapped road, the vehicle's systems became confused and tried to take control away from the human, believing the human was driving off-road through impossible terrain. The vehicle's extensive sensor arrays recorded data, but the data was contradictory and unusable. LiDAR showed flat field where the driver was clearly on a road. Cameras recorded images, but the images didn't match what the other sensors detected. GPS showed impossible positions. The company eventually excluded the Glenmorris-Balnaman area from their mapping project, marking it as anomalous terrain that their systems couldn't process correctly. Their internal report noted, "Unknown interference in this area prevents accurate data collection. Recommend avoiding for autonomous vehicle testing." These consistent failures across different technologies, methodologies, and eras suggest that the road's unmappability isn't a temporary glitch or a solvable technical problem. Whether due to some genuine physical anomaly that affects all measurement devices, or due to the road existing in some state that transcends normal physical space while remaining physically accessible to human travelers, the result is the same. The road can't be captured in maps, images, or data. This leads to a profound philosophical question. If something exists but cannot be documented or measured, how do we categorize it? Modern epistemology assumes that reality can be objectively studied and recorded. The unmapped road challenges this assumption. It's real, thousands of people have experienced it directly, but it resists objective documentation. It can be known through experience but not through measurement. Perhaps the road is teaching us that some forms of knowledge are inherently experiential, that not everything real can be reduced to data and measurements, that direct experience remains valid even when it can't be confirmed through technological means. Or perhaps the road is simply beyond current human understanding, operating according to principles we haven't discovered yet, and future technologies or theories will make sense of it in ways that current ones cannot. Either way, the road remains unmapped, and every indication suggests it will remain so indefinitely. The road has resisted mapping for centuries using methods from paced distances to satellite imagery. It seems reasonable to conclude that if the road hasn't been successfully mapped by now, it won't be, at least not with any foreseeable technology or methodology. The road exists outside our maps, outside our documentation systems, outside our ability to pin it down and fix it in place. And perhaps that's exactly where it should be, known to those who find it, experienced by those who travel it, real in ways that matter more than whether a GPS device can confirm its position. In the end, the unmapped road between Glenmorris and Balnaman remains what it has always been. A mystery, a threshold, a path that exists in reality but not in records. Locals still know it, travelers still find it, but no map has ever shown it and likely no map ever will. The road continues to serve its purposes, providing shortcuts for those who need them, offering peace to the troubled, granting clarity to the confused, facilitating journeys both physical and metaphorical. It appears when needed, reveals itself to those open to finding it, and withdraws from those who seek it too aggressively or for wrong reasons. As we conclude this journey down an unmapped way, perhaps the deepest lesson the road offers is about trust. Trusting that not everything needs to be documented to be real, that mystery has value, that some paths are meant to be found rather than sought, and that the most important journeys are often the ones that take us outside the boundaries of maps and into territories where only experience can guide us. If this story of a road that exists beyond documentation has traveled with you tonight, if you felt yourself wandering down that ancient way between stone walls and hedgerows, please like this video and subscribe to Hushed History. We explore these mysteries together, the places that resist explanation, the experiences that transcend measurement. And as you drift towards sleep now, imagine yourself on a journey where the destination matters less than the traveling, where the path reveals itself step by step, where you're guided not by maps or GPS but by instinct and attention and openness to what each moment offers. May your dreams take you down roads that don't appear on any map, through landscapes that exist only in the traveling, Toward destinations you'll recognize not because you planned them, but because they're exactly where you need to be. Sleep well, dream deeply, and may you always find the path you need, whether or not it appears on any map. Until we meet again, good night.